note that in some of the sample cities that we compared ourselves against, they have a park that is just a single park in a location. And so when that park is offline, there's no park in the area for people to go and enjoy. We are blessed in having a park system 7 miles on the waterfront. So yes, while Vinoy may be blocked off for several days, we've got Elba Rouse, Flora Wiley, we've got Vinoy Mole is sometimes open. So we've got options. I know that, you know, our citizens that enjoy their specific bench and are very comfortable with that bench, they may have to try a different bench. And we do understand that's an inconvenience.
I think it's important to note as well that while the park is closed and the sidewalks within the park are closed, the sidewalk adjacent to the street is not. So if you're walking from the parkland from one point to another, you can still get through Vinoy. You can still walk on the very edge of Vinoy. So those walking that continuous walk still have access.
And really, it's been more about the length of time that those changes happen. But I appreciate hearing that you've been able to work with them to reduce the amount. Hey, look how it worked out with Grand Prix. Remember how long that used to take?
Yeah.
If they can do it, then anybody.
I have to say, we worked with Vaughn, who is the promoter for Reggae Rise Up, and he has always been fantastic to work with and continues to be fantastic to work with.
Yeah, I actually met his people in Salt Lake City, I think, of all places.
Yes.
Never met him here.
Yes.
I met him when I was up there.
They do a lot of events in Salt Lake. We
year.
were comparing and contrasting, you know, how they do events as well. So.
Yes, that's good. And then my last thing, I just want to point out, someone had mentioned like single-use items and like plastic and stuff that ends up in the bay. When we passed our ordinance regarding plastic drinking straws and the expansion of expanded polystyrene restrictions, that was, I remember asking way back then, do we need to update the events contracts? But no, the answer was no, because they're subject to all of our city ordinances. Now, do you have someone who goes and looks at the event setup during, like before and during, to make sure that there's nothing out of sorts like that, and that they're complying?
So we do. We have folks that walk through and check the entire setup before, after. I will need to double check on the single-use plastic and styrofoam.
We do. There's a whole document that we provide in the packet that talks.
I thought so. It's been a while, but
I think it's the same document that we provide to the restaurants and the bars. That the document, I think. Joe Wall just got a copy of it.
No, I mean, we have a flyer.
If you want to distribute that or make sure it's in the next time, it sounds like we'll be talking about this again. But yeah, I agree. We've got to make sure that people are holding the events in accordance with those ordinances too. All right, I'm going to hold off. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And just because you mentioned that post that was made by Mr. Japp, and I had alerted administration, it's on page 99, right after the event, that post has been made. And not only that, they described the event as a, quote, smaller, more intimate version of a music festival with minimalist production. And I'm mentioning that again because when you look at our code and you look at the standards that are supposed to be applied when issuing a park permit, one of them is neither the applicant nor the person on whose behalf the application is made has on prior occasions made a material misrepresentation regarding the nature or scope of an event or activity previously permitted by the city or has violated the terms of a prior permit. So I want to highlight that to make sure that is in our code. That is something we should be considering anytime we're considering any contract coming before us, considering what's coming up with this specific person. And I also want to find out from legal, can we add language in this co-sponsorship agreement regarding misrepresentations on applications?
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. I think we would put it in a couple spots, in both of the paragraphs that were presented to you, the right to suspend or terminate. I mean, for something like this, it can't hurt us to have it in the most places as possible. So say it's discovered during an event that, well, this is nowhere near what we thought it would be,
Right.
and administration believes that there has been a material misrepresentation, we can include it so that we would have a right to suspend or terminate the event because it is not as represented. And then I would also put it in the future events paragraph in 10, so that if that has happened previously, that would be along the lines of another bad act that would allow us to withhold co-sponsorship of a future event.
That sounds great. And that would be great for administration, because that's not fair to anyone when something's misrepresented and then they're dealing with the outcome of that. Okay, Councilmember Harding and then Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Chair. As usual, guys, thank you very much. Just the depth and breadth of what the city's able to pull off is not understood, nor does it need to be, but now appreciated at least more by me. So thank you for your efforts. My only question is for legal. I have been on the other side through our company and our foundation and my job that is not as fun as this one. We've had events in the park. And as I read 9, and it's out of context, it's not in the context of the rest of the document, but it makes the ability, and I agree with the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish. But as I read it, it makes the agreement subjective in terms of whoever is in charge from the city side that's on site. And if that is the case, then so I don't know how, from the standpoint of someone who wants to do business with the city, I don't know how to attach risk assessment to what I want to accomplish. And a little bit more, I'm going to, I'm going to find some type of business interruption insurance. And I don't know how that insurance company would value. They can value a contract, and you know they've got algorithms for the weather and all that kind of stuff, but they can't value an agreement that has a subjective element to it. So do we need to, and if I'm off base, please just tell me. But do we need to go back and reference or tie in the fact that the city's ability, or the ability of someone on site to effectuate this, is tied back to it has to be tied back in reference to the contract itself, to whatever we agreed to in the beginning.
So, I mean, there's definitely, I totally understand your point, Councilmember. There's two different ways to look at it. One is what I said earlier, and that we want the broadest possible authority and the most flexibility and the most leverage. Potentially that could come at a cost similar to what you're describing. I would say historically, for new language like this, typically kind of take it out for a test spin, and if it's not working and companies or promoters are pushing back on it, and it has a detrimental effect to the point that no one's willing to sign this, then we go back to the drawing board. Typically, we start with whatever puts the city in the best position, but at the end of the day, it's all up to administration and council. You tell us what tone you want us to take, and if you want it somewhere in the middle, we can tailor it that way. But the closer we go to that, the more ability it gives a promoter to push back, and then potentially we wind up, what we also try to avoid is that it's crystal clear, so that we don't wind up in litigation with a promoter saying, well, that's not really what was happening, and there's some difference of opinion on whether or not we had the ability to terminate or suspend. We do it, and then they sue us. So this is intended to fend that off as well, and just put all of the power in the city's hands, and a certain amount of trust from the promoters coming in, that if they do everything that they have outlined in the application, that there's no reason for the city to exercise this provision.
I hear what you're saying. Again, I agree with the direction that we're headed in. The part that I would argue is you're not putting the power in the city's hands. You're putting the power, well, you are, but more specifically, you're putting the power and the authority into the one individual who is in charge on behalf of the city at that event. And you've given them subjective authority.
Yeah, I would say in that situation, for this, the way it's worded, the city's sole discretion, the city is not one person. It's administered by the entirety of administration. So Mr. Gertis or someone else can chime in. Typically, this would be a collective decision of the relevant staff on administration, would probably involve pretty much everybody along the table here, not you, Chen, they won't bother you on, during an event. But it's not, it does not rest with one person typically, as, in terms of how it's administered.
I would agree with that, and I would say that I understand your point, and I think typically as part of this process, you know, we're going to get back together on this issue. What we would do is, I assume Mr. Corbett and Mr. Jeffries will go out and talk to some promoters, talk to them about this language, we'll get some feedback, and so when we come back, we can give you some feedback on what response we get from the promoter community on.
That's very fair. And I will phrase it in a slightly different way. To your point, Jackie, in the event that my event was immediately terminated as a result of contractual items, this is just the way it works sometimes. You know, I didn't control my event well enough. In the event that, and back to my point about referencing the agreement, in the event that the collective working that day canceled my event for something that could be argued as not in that contract, I would sue the city for that. And again, I'm arguing on the city's, I am fully supportive of, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of the attendees, the citizens, and ... And so I just wanted to be considered that I operate I operate everything that we do on that side, or on the promoter side, is based on contract. And whatever it is, but once it's signed, it's signed. And anything outside of that contract that can affect us doing business together, I can't account for.
I understand that. I mean, from just purely the legal point of view, a promoter goes into this eyes wide open because they know what rights the city has to potentially exercise. And this is the type of language, this sole discretion language. It's in many contracts that we have, and it's rare we ever, like I said, it's rare we ever have to use it. It's the fact that it's there that is usually incentive enough.
I understand completely. Thank you for your consideration. And Rob, thank you for just looking at it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be relatively brief. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I thought you guys did a really good job of laying all of that out, so I very much appreciate it. Also, I just want to say I'm on the board of a not-for-profit that runs a co-sponsored event in downtown St. Petersburg, and I think our organization, this year was the first year we did it. We hosted a 5K and a 1 mile fun walk, run, kid thing. I think our organization, I didn't meet with the city because I didn't want to blur those lines, but I think our organization met 4 or 5 times with the entire team. One of those times I think was 3 days before the event, just to dot our I's and cross our T's. And I will say that estimate changed over time because our plan changed, just like our team is telling us. And so my experience of all of this, having gotten copious notes from our OCD president, is exactly what has been described here this morning. So I'm very appreciative of that. And to touch on one thing as I'm talking about that event, my concern, Chair, with defining a large event is I think under a footprint, I probably would be defined as a large event, but I only had 500 people on my run. And so I think it just gets so hard. I had amplified music, I had a entrance and exit, I had rows closed, I had all those things, but I only had 500 runners. Now, hopefully I have 5,000 10 years from now, but you know, right now I'm still a relatively small event, but my footprint in downtown is large, and that's where I think Rick is talking about. It's just a complex issue that I think is really hard to define. And so I wanted to touch on that because you brought it up, Chair. One of the other things the Councilmember Gabbard brought up, again, I'm trying to be efficient, about the prepayment. Again, we were a first-time event, so we paid in advance. I do think there was a small charge at the end, which was not a big deal. As I'm thinking about what Councilmember Gabbard brought up, which is, okay, if there is a late fee and it's on the entire amount, how do we maybe try to figure that problem out? I'm not sure it's prepayment, because I totally agree with you. Having run multiple events during the year, like, I wouldn't be able to do it until the day before the event, because that's when most of the money is coming in. My sponsors are finally giving me their checks, all of those things. That would be a problem, but maybe there's a deposit or something like that, a portion, a percentage of the estimate, you know, that might be smaller to help offset. Again, some of these larger organizations may not run into that problem because they're probably constantly raising money, but it's certainly for an organization like mine, that would be significantly more difficult. So I just wanted to give my feedback there. I'm pretty lockstep in line with Councilmember Floyd and Councilmember Gabbard, where it's like, I love activating downtown. Frankly, I wish we activated Sunset Park on the west side of St. Petersburg. Like, I wish we could steal some of that over there, right? Yeah.
I'd like
and
that.
so, like a food truck rally once a year is not my. I'd be happy to. And so, but I think there's a different lens to look through too. And I want to make this very, very, very clear, right? I am not minimizing anybody's response to what is I think a singular event that happened in 2025, the We Belong concert. I think I have 100 people in my circle that went to that concert, and 50 of them reached out to me the Monday afterwards and were so happy they had that event. I'm not saying that they didn't screw it up, and people shouldn't be upset that they could hear it in their homes a far away. I am not, but I also, you've heard me say this on the dais multiple times, I don't want to over-rotate for an outlier. And so that, all of these changes coming in at one time, and I'm not going to go down the co-sponsored events committee. I think a lot of this would have come up because we discussed after the fact items all the time. That's neither here nor there right now, and so I completely appreciate it. But also, I think, again, I don't want to over-rotate, especially in a singular conversation, so I'm very happy to hear that this is going to be coming back, because I being on the TDC elite events, is most of the events that happen in Vinoy Park or on the pier at Spa Beach. And so I pulled some data. There are 16 events in 2025 that happened at elite events. Those elite events popped out $40 million of economic impact to the 33701 area code. $40 million of economic impact. My family and I attended 9 of those 16 events. And so we are pulling people from across the city, because I live about as far as you can get to District 1, into our downtown and activating that. And again, I appreciate both viewpoints, but there are other areas of the city that are very jealous that you get to host these things. And so, but it's the attractiveness of being right next to the pier or being on Spa Beach and having 7 miles of waterfront. I have, I don't know, what's Sunset Park, 5 acres? You know, that's like, that's my big shiny moment over there. And so again, I just wanted to share, I think, let me make it very clear, you guys are doing an amazing job. Like, hard stop, period to the story. You're doing an amazing job, and you put up with a bunch. I host 2 events that are so minuscule in comparison to what you guys are doing, and I'm pretty sure the gray hair is from that and not from council. And so I'm just so appreciative of all of these. As I look at this, as I look at the list of these events, frankly, most of what I think about are the memories I have created with my family or my children attending them. And that doesn't happen without that, right? Like, we can take walks on the waterfront all we want, but memories are created at events like that. And that's what kind of runs through my veins when I'm thinking about it. So I'm just very appreciative across all of the administrations and departments. I hope you guys know that. And I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation. And last but not least, I think this is a great change. I appreciate Councilmember Harding's feedback. That jumped out at me too, but if we're going to twist an arm, I think we need to twist an arm. And so Administrator Gertis, I'm happy to hear that we're going to get some feedback too. But I'm really, really happy with this, and I think this gives us the teeth to do what we need to. So, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. Vice Chair Floyd.
Thanks. I just have one quick comment that's sort of unrelated, but when we're discussing the future of a large piece of land in our city, and there's talk of parks and whatnot, I hope that some of the thoughts, and I see you nodding along in agreement, that some of the conversations we're having about large events, we could actually like design for them in that future conversation. And there's been a lot of talk in the community about it, and I think administration's been interested in it. So I hope that we do something like that as well.
I'll let Administrator Corbett speak to it, but every presentation I've sat through, all of the proposals that are in all include a venue for large events.
Yeah. It's, I mean, everybody's thinking that, and we're going to encourage it, require it to the extent that we can. We believe that to plan in advance and have something purpose-made for large events is important. I will say that no matter what we do, people love to be on the waterfront. And,
Oh, of course. But
we're certainly considering that in our planning with the historic gas plant.
Yeah, I definitely think the waterfront's unique. I think it's a big part of what makes our city what it is, and that's why we're always going to have these struggles. But there's a lot of opportunity, and not just for large events. Like we could have mixed event space, small things, outdoor space. I'd love more large outdoor space, large indoor space. There's a lot of opportunity, and so I just figured I'd mention that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for the engagement, especially all the council members who provided a ton of great input, and staff and everyone that's here that has spent a lot of time before this meeting, preparing for this meeting, and taking the concerns expressed by the community extremely seriously. By the way, my new business item was not after the We Belong Here concert, it was before. The stuff we've talked about, Councilmember Driscoll and I have dealt with on a variety of issues, a variety of events, usually are the bigger events. This is an issue that had to be discussed with or without the We Belong Here concert. The difference with We Belong Here is everyone else in other districts that don't have to experience what we experience, got to experience a little bit of what our residents experience pretty much every weekend sometimes. And that we get the complaints. I mean, that's the reality. And so it's great to have the events, but they also come at a cost for people, and it's a quality of living issue for our community. You can have these events in other parts of the city. I guarantee you, if some of these issues that we're talking about here were present there, we'd be having the same conversation. You'd be getting the benefit, but you'd be dealing with your community, dealing with some of the issues we're talking about here, and changing the contract and making sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and doing the enforcement, doing all the things that we say we're supposed to do without residents having to email us like the whole, and if anybody wants to see what residents thought, they can pull up the packet and look at all the emails that I received. And I never meant it for it to be indicative of all the complaints, because Councilmember Driscoll, I know, got a lot, other council members did, administration got, and that's not even including what the police got. So I think it's extremely important when we're looking at these things, take our residents into consideration. The other thing I want to just finish on is what Vice Chair Floyd said, which I've also said at meetings before, is we are a growing city. We are a city that is not the city that was having events back in when I arrived, that I went to a concert in Vinoy Park, and you can find parking anywhere. Anytime you go into downtown, it is extremely busy, and we are growing, and we have to have a plan. And sticking 20,000 people for X amount of events in Vinoy Park all the time is not a plan. There has to be something else. And I think that is kind of looking towards the future of how we're going to handle these events. I understand people want to be in the waterfront, but if we have other places, guess what? There can be limited times that the waterfront is used. We don't have to use it and activate it every day. So it's just something for us to think about, and I'm just happy that as partners, we're all doing this and trying to make our contracts better and trying to make sure that we're providing the quality of life for our residents that we should be providing, while having an interesting and exciting city with events and all that stuff going on. So that's my hope. At some point, we will reconvene to kind of finish up the contract and making sure we've touched upon the things that have been brought up. With that being said, it's 12:45, although we spent less than 2 hours on this subject. We had 2 hours, so we actually did pretty decent. With that said, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all. Thank you.
I'm going to tell everyone that you belong.
all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know lived just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods.
I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Childs Park neighborhood, but the greater Childs Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have two that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. 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 The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and their conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
All right, thank you so much. And welcome to Skyway Lofts, formerly 65 units, now 131 affordable housing units for our city's hardest working families. My name's Scott McDonald, the principal with Blue Sky Communities, and I want to welcome everyone here today. I'd like to start off by recognizing the dignitaries that are with us. Mayor Kenneth Welch. Council Chair Lizette Hanowitz. Councilman Mike Harding. And County Commissioner Renee Flowers. Is there anyone I missed? Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to invite our Vice President of Asset Management, Brad Bartlett, up, who's a veteran of the Army National Guard, to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brad, thank you so much. The Skyway Loft sits in the Skyway Marina District, and I want to take a second and talk a little bit about the district before we get going. I think this area represents what can happen when state and county and city and local interest groups come together to really revitalize an area. over the last 5 years since we first put a shovel in the ground across the street at Skyway Lofts, the changes have been incredible. Thousands of units, improved transportation, commercial, like Zaxby's, a Starbucks, and a Sprouts Market. It's extremely exciting what's happened here. But I think what I'm most excited about is with all this growth, through the hard work of many people in this room, we've been able to preserve affordability in the Skyway Marina District, and that's something we should all be proud of. And that's growth that's hopefully going to continue to happen, but the affordability will not be pushed out. The land under all three of these buildings will be affordable in perpetuity, and that's extremely exciting. The team that came together to make Skyway Lofts occur is truly a public-private partnership, all the way from the federal level down to the city level, and there's a lot of people in this room without whom that could not have happened, and I want to thank them. St. Pete was really at the forefront of setting aside ARPA dollars to go towards affordable housing, almost $50 million, in fact. And Blue Sky was fortunate enough to be entrusted with 2 awards. The first was for Bear Creek Commons that we opened last year, and here at Skyway Lofts Phase 2. I want to take a second and just thank the City of St. Pete and the staff, Rob Gertis, Amy Foster, Mark Van Loo, Avery Sliker, I think I saw, and the whole staff. The administration of federal funds and state funds that they take care of is a huge responsibility, and getting those dollars out the door to make sure that they go to work for the citizens of St. Petersburg. So I want to thank them so much for everything they do. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mayor Ken Welch.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? What a fantastic day, and I'm so honored to be here. We prepare to cut the ribbon on 66 additional new affordable homes right here in St. Petersburg. Now, as Scott said, it wasn't that long ago when we cut the ribbon for Skyway Lofts 1, and although I live in the neighborhood, I literally live 3 stop signs away. And although I lost my shortcut to Dunkin' Donuts, I was upset about that. But we were so excited to partner with Blue Sky and all the other partners to make this a reality. And as we finished Skyway Lofts 1, we looked out at what was then a vacant lot, or used to be a Ponderosa here back in the day, right, Commissioner? But we looked at this and we said, can we? And the answer is yes, we can, and yes, we did. Today we celebrate the completion of Skyway Lofts 2. And this is an important moment for our city. As Scott said, it reflects the power of partnership and vision and intentional focus on the critical issue of truly affordable housing. As part of our city's Housing Opportunities for All program, the City of St. Petersburg is proud to invest $6.5 million to help turn this vision into a reality, and as Scott said, in perpetuity. I want to thank our council for your strong partnership. Thank you, Scott, for recognizing the best housing team in the business and our St. Pete housing staff. Y'all stand up. I want to identify you. Doctor, get up. I know you hate it. Where's Amy? Well, since you didn't stand, I have to call you out, Administrator Foster, as well. They just do such innovative work, and they're always focused on the goal. These 66 homes will serve residents, and you've got some information in your handouts. For residents earning between 22% and 80% of area median income. That is folks making $6.50 an hour up to $22 an hour. So that is real affordable housing right here in the midst of all this market rate development that we're seeing and proud to have. That means working families, seniors, and individuals who are essential to the strength and vibrancy of our community. Skyway Lofts 2 was thoughtfully designed to meet real needs. These homes are both beautiful and functional. That's why I love working with Blue Sky. These homes are supported by amenities that truly enhance the quality of life: an outdoor play area, a library and computer space, a fitness center, and bike parking. And the fact that this community is already at full occupancy shows how critical investments like this are and will continue to be. Across our city and county, we're seeing impactful housing projects take shape, and one thing they all have in common is partnership, and I want to end on this. Skyway Lofts 2 is no exception. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, TD Bank, the Pinellas County Commission, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Raymond James Affordable Housing, and everyone who played a role in bringing this almost $25 million development to life. And so today we celebrate real progress, and tomorrow we will keep moving forward. And to the Skyway Lofts 2 residents, welcome to your new home. We are St. Pete. God bless you.
Mayor, thank you so much for being here and being at Phase 1 as well. So
I noticed you still have all your hair and no gray hair. I need your help.
if you look closely, there's a couple gray hairs that come in with every one of these projects. Before we move on to our next speaker, I want to take a second and acknowledge some of the private funders in the room that the mayor just mentioned. One of Blue Sky's core values is stewardship of public dollars, and we hold that near and dear to our hearts. And one of the ways that we do that is to leverage the public dollars that go into these communities with as many private ones as possible to extend how far those dollars go. Raymond James Affordable Housing Investments was responsible for purchasing the low-income housing tax credits that funded this property. Raymond James, obviously based here in St. Petersburg, they actually are officed in the same complex we are, and they are one of our most valued relationships. I was totaling it up, and we have now invested over $500 million together in affordable housing across the state of Florida. So, thank you. TD Bank was the investor through Raymond James, and they also provided the construction loan for Skyway Lofts 2. And Raymond James Bank, another local institution, will provide the permanent loan that will remain with the property for the next 15 years. So thank you very much. Next up, we have newly elected Chair Hanowitz. And before I bring her up, I just want to thank her for the time she spent with me and the interest that she has shown in learning more about affordable housing so we can make a difference in this city.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is such a wonderful day today. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. And I must also thank my colleagues who are also the reason why you're here, because it doesn't just take one vote to make this happen. It takes a majority, and this was unanimous. And that is a testament to the work that Blue Sky Communities does in our community. The ribbon cutting, by the way, that was mentioned earlier was one of my first ones as a city council member for Sky Lofts. And this is one of the first ones I have as a city council chair. So it's especially meaningful to me. And I can't believe how lucky we are to have Blue Sky Communities in our community doing this meaningful work. It is a full circle moment and a reminder that progress happens in phases. And today's ribbon cutting marks a very special phase, one that brings people home. And as been mentioned before, we have 60 new affordable homes that adds a total of 131 affordable units in the Skyway Marina District, which has changed drastically since I first came to the first ribbon cutting. Just like was mentioned, these homes are reserved for households earning less than 80% or less of the area median income and will remain affordable for perpetuity. And I have to emphasize that, perpetuity. It means forever, a very long time. That permanence matters because public dollars are best invested in solutions that are built to last. So I'm very proud that the city of St. Petersburg stewarded $6.5 million of ARPA funds, alongside with Pinellas County's $3.4 million in investment to bolster significant private and nonprofit financing of this $22.9 million project. Because when public, private, and nonprofit partners align around shared goals, we can actually deliver real outcomes. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Commission, Pinellas County Housing Financing Authority, TD Bank, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and Raymond James for your partnership and dedication in bringing this project to life. We may be celebrating a building, but at the end of the day, this is about people, and it's about ensuring that individuals and families can afford to live in what they call their community and this city, St. Petersburg. It's about creating stable housing to support stable lives. So congratulations to everyone that made this project a reality, and to the St. Petersburg residents who are going to call this their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a second and talk a little bit about the team that came together to make this community a reality. Teamwork is another core value at Blue Sky, and that means not only our team within Blue Sky, but also the external partners that we work with. So the ones that came together for this property was civil engineer High Point Engineering. The architect was Place Architecture and Tim Clemens from St. Petersburg. General contractor Park and Eliezer. Landscape architect Dark Moss. And our sister company, Carteret Property Management, who will really keep these buildings community assets for hopefully as long as Blue Sky owns them. And we have the utmost confidence that they will, because they have on every building that they've done that with in the city of St. Petersburg. And we're so thankful to call them our partners. And last but not least, I want to take a second and recognize the Blue Sky team. There's about 20 of us, and every single one of them has a hand in every project that we do. And it's truly an honor of mine to work beside you every day to create assets such as this. Before I introduce our last speaker, I just want to talk about Pinellas County a little bit further. As both the mayor and Chair Hanowitz stated, they invested $3.4 million of penny funds in Skyway Lofts 2. That came in the form of $1.4 million for vertical costs and construction costs here, and $2 million for the purchase of the land underneath this building. And I want to take a second and thank the staff at Pinellas County, Bruce Bussey, Stephanie Raymond, and Sherry Harris that administered those vertical funds, and Catherine Driver with the Pinellas County HFA, who administered the funds to purchase the land here. And with that, I would like to introduce Commissioner Renee Flowers.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to recap some of the things that was said. They stole my thunder by sharing how much money we gave. You know, I could spend $1, can't I? But about 4 years ago, we were just across the street celebrating the number of units that were going to open over there so that residents would have a safe, clean, and affordable place to live, to call home. And today we have an opportunity to put into the fold 66 more units. And while we know that that does not put a significant dent in the needs of our community, we know that we are well on our way to make sure that we are working extremely hard to put a roof over the heads of those who not only want one, but deserve. I am so grateful for the Advantage Housing Pack that the city of St. Petersburg and other municipalities are a part of, along with the county. Instead of fighting over projects and fighting over land, we've come together and pooled our resources. And that's why just not long ago, you guys were up in Ridgecrest, dedicating units for our senior population, who are also finding it very difficult to find a place to live and remain in our community. One of the other concerns that we've had is allowing individuals to stay in the heart of where they grew up at. Projects such as this for individuals earning $16,000 a year. Wrap your head around that. $16,000 a year does not adequately take care of a family during these economic times. That's 22% of area medium household income that a person will be paying to live here in these particular units and the units that are to come. That is huge. I don't know if you've been able to grasp the significance of that. We're talking about people who are on Social Security. We're talking about families who receive SNAP benefits, temporary assistance to needy families, and are still working a 40-hour-a-week job just to make ends meet. I am forever and eternally grateful for the residents of Pinellas County who thought it not robbery years ago to vote for the Penny for Pinellas. We are doing exactly what we said we would do with your tax dollars. And that's important, especially in a time when individuals are looking for elected officials to keep their word, to be honest, and to be true to the residents who voted for them and put them in office. And I believe the partnership between the county and the city is strong. I am forever grateful for the city council members, as well as the mayor, all of the staff. I have to throw in a name, though he's not here, and that's Tom Almonte, who is over the housing department with the county. They knew that coming in, housing was my heart and soul. It has been for a long time, having grown up in Jordan Park and knowing what it is like to have people look down on you because you need a little help and a little support to be able to make your ends meet and have a place to live. So I don't want to forget him and the staff that's here from the county. Again, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Dave Eggers, who is our chair, and Commissioner Chris Latvala, our vice chair, Barry Burton, the administrator, and the remainder of my colleagues. Thank you all so very much. And I have to say, it is an honor for us to be able to be a part of Blue Sky Communities.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for highlighting something very important and kind of bringing it full circle to how we started talking about this project in this district. You know, Forward Pinellas and the city of St. Petersburg both worked hard to make sure that this district came to a reality, and the county was willing to step up here and put dollars into the city, and they continue to do that. And a lot of places that we work around the state, you don't see that kind of collaboration, and that's something that's incredibly important and valuable here, and I don't take for granted. So thank you very much. That pretty much concludes our presentation for today. I want to thank all the speakers and everyone in attendance for helping us celebrate today. And before you depart, we will be cutting the ribbon out front, so I'd like to ask all of the speakers and dignitaries to join me out front. We have refreshments in the club room, and then we'll be gathering by the elevator to in case anybody wants to tour a unit. So thank you very much, and travel safe.
Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz. Thank you all for being here. Any other council members? Don't want to miss any. And certainly thanks to our St. Pete team who are here today. It is really hard to believe that 1 year ago today, we were facing the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And just 2 weeks after that, we would be gearing up again to respond to Hurricane Milton. I remember sitting in the Emergency Operations Center with our city staff, working through every single contingency from evacuations to sheltering and recovery, and thinking about what our city would look like after these storms passed. I remember the sound of the winds outside our EOC through the night as Hurricane Helene made its way through our city and through our state. I recall our teams moving out for first push as soon as the storm passed. And I recall surveying the damage with our team very early the next morning after Helene passed and seeing debris and flooding and impact like I have never seen. We met with our residents and saw the stress and devastation in their faces as they began the monumental task of rebuilding their lives. I even remember getting a briefing from our emergency management team that despite all of that, we were going to see another hurricane in just 13 days. At that time, I wasn't sure what the future of our city would look like, but I knew that we would be committed to the long road to recovery for our community. These hurricanes changed our community forever. In those 2 weeks, we experienced record levels of storm surge, damage, and debris. Our community hasn't faced anything like this before. However, it's in the immediate aftermath of these hurricanes that we saw the true spirit of St. Pete. Our neighbors moved into action and began helping people haul debris off their property. Organizations were hosting food and supply drives for anyone impacted by storms. It was truly incredible watching the community band together after back-to-back storms. We're here at Tropicana Field today to reflect on the last year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As you can see behind me, we've made great progress on Tropicana Field repairs in the last year, and I want to thank our staff for their hard work. I'll provide a brief update on those repairs later in my remarks. Also, later in the press conference, we will recognize some of the remarkable individuals and organizations that displayed true community spirit and innovation in their recovery efforts. These individuals and organizations identified a need in the community during the initial aftermath of the storms, and in the last year have since developed that idea into a larger effort or program to better serve the community for future disasters. The people we are recognizing today demonstrate the true spirit of what We Are St. Pete truly means. In addition to our one-year recognition, we'll also provide an update on our long-term recovery efforts to date and highlight Fire Rescue's new high water rescue vehicles. In terms of long-term recovery, we know it will take years to fully recover from the back-to-back storms of 2024. Long-term recovery is a massive and complex undertaking that will take some time. In the initial aftermath of the storms, our focus was on immediate short-term recovery. This work included things like finding short-term housing for impacted residents, removing debris throughout the city, and facilitating recovery funding for our community. We took extraordinary efforts in our initial response, including establishing the We Are St. Pete Fund and establishing a hometown recovery haulers program. I'm proud of those efforts and the work our city team did in the initial aftermath of the storms. However, in the last year, we've also made incredible strides in our long-term recovery efforts. Long-term recovery will require perseverance. Our city team has made this their priority in the last year, and I'm proud to discuss just some of the work that they've accomplished today. To date, we've secured approximately $40 million in reimbursements from FEMA. We've received reimbursements for projects that included debris removal, emergency protective services, and other actions taken from the hurricanes. In addition to our FEMA reimbursements, we've received approximately $13.9 million in insurance payments to date. To date, that's a total of approximately $54 million secured to help our city recover. We continue to work with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure additional reimbursements for our remaining projects. We also successfully launched the Sunrise St. Pete program with $159.8 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we are one of only 2 Florida cities to receive direct funding. The Sunrise St. Pete program will support housing, infrastructure, and community recovery. This program was developed with input from the community to ensure it accurately reflects the recovery needs of St. Pete. In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record-predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year, and we'll start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental feat while also balancing their other everyday responsibilities in the city. We will never forget the lasting impacts these storms had on St. Pete, and I'm honored to be here with you today as we reflect on the last year. I'll now turn it over to Fire Rescue Chief Watts, who has some exciting things to share regarding our brand new water rescue vehicles. And after Chief Watts, we'll hear from our Chair Copley Gertis to highlight some of the community innovators that I mentioned earlier. It's been a long year. It's been a productive year. I couldn't be more proud of our St. Pete team. We are St. Pete. Chief Watts.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning. 1 year after Hurricane Helene challenged our community, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is proud to announce a significant upgrade in our ability to serve our community during future storms. Helene brought unprecedented high water rescues, which highlighted the need for enhanced capabilities. That experience drove change, leading to the acquisition of these specialized high water rescue vehicles. These vehicles are true game changers, designed specifically to meet the unique needs of our community in high water conditions. Equipped with lift gates, they provide a safe and stable way to transfer our citizens, especially those with mobility challenges, and they also ensure a safer working environment for our responders. These multifaceted vehicles dramatically improve our service. They can move through flooded neighborhoods, establish critical water supplies in areas cut off from traditional resources, and safely transport residents and responders. We're strategically deploying these vehicles based on historical data and can reposition them rapidly as conditions evolve. This investment directly addresses the lessons of Hurricane Helene, ensuring that when our city faces rising waters again, your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind, knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? But we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But in that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. Strangers checking in on one another. Acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shine through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars, because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, we've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit, it's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Navaline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, you know, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, but the 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it.
How deep of water can they travel through?
Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000. 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability as of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those are, zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA in the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year, or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If it's not, if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, you know, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely.
Mayor, do you have a running list of the repairs done at Tropicana Field? Like what?
I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but all right. Thank y'all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership. And my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are our future, that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, caniches, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regata de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the 2 locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to behold or be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast. And they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as a police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it. Let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. So the NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African-American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African-American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Hello and good morning. My name is Andrea Kate, and I'm the board chair at Palm Lake Christian Church. And on behalf of the members of the church, members, can you all stand up? Because this is a welcome from them as well. On behalf of the members of Palm Lake Christian Church and our development partners, New Star and Pinellas County Housing Authority, we'd like to welcome you to this cornerstone blessing of Palm Lake Urban Sanctuary. Thank you, members. Look at that beautiful cornerstone. We're honored to have you all here today to witness and to participate in this auspicious occasion. Palm Lake Urban Sanctuary began a long time ago, and it was a long, hard road, but we finally, well, we're not at the end yet, as you can see outside, but we finally come close to the end, and we are very excited to have this occasion to share with everyone and to take the embodiment of the Christian Church Disciples of Christ in the United States and Canada, which is a movement for wholeness in this fragmented world, and Palm Lake, which likes to say, Palm Lake is love is the key to PLCC. We take the ideals of those two and the embodiment of them to create a space for grace for the members of our community to not only live, but also to thrive. Thank you, and we'll continue with the ceremony.
I think I was lied to. Brian, you said I was supposed to preach right here. Is this, because it's my pulpit, so no, I'm just playing. Let's go to the throne of grace in prayer. Most loving God, we thank you for your love, your grace, your mercy that keeps us, that covers us, that strengthens us to be your hands and feet in these difficult times. God, we thank you for those who have gathered in this space, celebrating a hope in a time where there are many in this community that are seeking a hope. So God, I pray that you will continue to allow this community to come together to build all that you've called us to build, to do all you've called us to do, and to be all you've called us to be for your people. God, we love you. We give you glory and honor because of who you are and what you've called and created us to be in this space. In Jesus' name, amen. I'll be very short, but I just wanted to share a scripture that has continuously hit my heart, especially as we're watching what's happening in the world. The scripture comes out of Isaiah chapter 1, verses 16 and 17, and it says, "Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil of your doings from my eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn Somebody say, learn to do good. Seek justice. Rebuke the oppressor. Defend the fatherless and plead for the widow. That's what plus is to me. Plus is us learning to do good. Plus is us making spaces of grace for those who for too long in this world have been left out. Plus is us defending the oppressed and letting the oppressor know, I don't care what you say or do, we will persist. We will press forward. We will continue to fight for good. We will continue to seek justice. And as y'all know, I may have a loud mouth sometimes. City Council, I love y'all. But at the end of the day, it's all love. At the end of the day, it's all for the same people we have all decided in our hearts to serve. That's why plus is so important to us. As a church, this is not just another building. I know after this, y'all gonna go and do more ribbon cuttings and all kind of other stuff. But for us, this is a passion project. This is Jesus expressed through love in a building. And we pray that the people who live in this space, that every day they wake up with new hope. Every night they go to sleep knowing that there's a community of people praying for them. Whether they believe in God or not, that's not important to us. What's important is that love is going in this building, and love will sustain this community. Amen? Amen.
Good morning. Thanks, Pastor Oscar. I'm not sure what I can say that's going to top that, but my firm, New Star Development, we're honored and privileged to serve as the development partner with Palm Lake Christian Church and the Pinellas County Housing Authority. And I was thinking on my way over here this morning and mentioned it to Neil Brickfield, the director of the Housing Authority. I think this is our 7th development that we will complete with the Housing Authority as a partnership. So we're really proud of that. I'm going to try to be brief, but I was having dinner last night with my friend and colleague, Kwame. I don't know if he's here. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name because I know I would butcher it. But he mentioned that he was in other types of real estate before getting into affordable housing. And he tries to explain it to his former colleagues how difficult it is to close one of these transactions. And I mean, if you haven't been through it, you don't really know, but we have a lot of different partners involved, investors, lenders, and a lot of lawyers. So they get complicated. And it kind of reminded me, last weekend, I attended the funeral of Bernice Saxon, who has represented many of our housing authority partners over the years. And when I first got into the business, the first partnership agreement we negotiated, she sat on the other side of the table from me, was a tireless advocate for her client. But then once we worked out the development agreement, she came over to our side of the table and we kind of fought the good fight together. She was very fair and always very reasonable, and she solved a lot of those problems that prevent these closings from happening. So, I kind of got the sense we were fighting the good fight together, and she felt that too, for residents who don't always have the resources to fight for themselves. So, you can tell the church, Palm Lake Christian Church, is extremely passionate about this development. When they called us, that was contagious. We were excited, and I actually referred them to Bernice's firm, Saxon Gilmore, so kind of things come full circle. And I say that to say, all these partners you see up here on the screen and on the banners outside, they're all fighting that same good fight for the residents, for the first 86 residents here at Palm Lake, and 86 more after that, and so on in the future. So I just want to take a minute to thank those partners. City of St. Pete, first of all, approved our site plan under that ordinance, if you heard my previous remarks in the video, and also provided a significant financial contribution to Palm Lake. Bank of America provided the low-income housing tax credit equity and the construction and permanent loans. Florida Housing for the tax credits, and HUD through the Housing Authority. Our design team, Tampa Civil Engineers and Pi Architecture, really shepherded us through an interesting process that was a little longer than some. We had to keep the church operating while building this building, so it's been a little interesting with underground utilities and things like that. Brooks & Freund, our general contractor. And then the law firm I mentioned, Saxon Gilmore, represented the church, Stearns Weaver on our side, and McFarland Ferguson for the Housing Authority. So let's give, I mean, without all these partners, this wouldn't happen. So let's give everyone a round of applause. And my team, I think at least two of them are here. Justin, my partner, Jamie Kane. Anybody else make it from our team? I don't think so. Stand up, guys. We're tremendously proud to be part of this, and thank you all for being here.
I'm not Neil. Good morning. I'm Chloe Firebaugh, the chair of the Pinellas County Housing Authority, and on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, want to thank you for joining us for this important moment. The groundbreaking of 86 new workforce housing homes is made possible through a partnership rooted in shared purpose and shared values. Today is more than just construction. It's about who these homes are for. Workforce housing serves the people who quietly keep our community moving every single day. The grocery clerks who open the store before sunrise, the child care workers caring for our kids so parents can go to work, the restaurant staff, home health aides, retail workers, hospitality employees, and skilled trade persons who build, clean, serve, and support our community, often while struggling to find a place they can afford to live nearby. These are working families doing everything right, working full-time, contributing to our local economy, and still being priced out. This development says clearly, you belong here. This project also shows the power of partnership. Housing authorities cannot solve the affordable housing crisis alone, and faith communities cannot do it alone either. But when a church looks at its land and sees opportunity, not just for today, but for future generations, and when public partners bring tools, experience, and accountability to the table, real solutions happen. To our church partners, thank you for your vision and courage. You chose to use this space to meet a community need in a meaningful and lasting way. That choice reflects leadership and faith in action. To our development and financing partners, thank you for your expertise, persistence, and commitment required to bring a project like this to life. Workforce housing is not easy, but it is essential. And to our future residents, these homes are being built with intention and respect. They are meant to be places of stability, pride, and opportunity. Homes where people can build their lives without having to choose between rent, groceries, and gas. At the Pinellas County Housing Authority, we believe housing is the foundation for everything, for family stability, economic mobility, and strong neighborhoods. Today's groundbreaking is one step towards a community where working people can afford to stay, grow, and thrive. And I'm really proud that we have a good group of our Housing Authority employees here with us today. Will y'all please stand? Thank you all for being here. And thank you for being a part of this moment and this mission. We're proud of what this partnership represents and even more excited about what it will mean for the families who will one day call this place home. Thank you.
No, I'm Neil Brickfield. Good morning, everybody. My name's Neil Brickfield. I'm the Executive Director of the Pinellas County Housing Authority. And before I start, I wrote myself a note. You've met our board chair, I have two other board members here, our immediate past chair, Veronica Hickey, and our commissioner, Wayne Minio. Please stand and be recognized. So Andrea, I heard you say, love is the key at PLCC. Did I get that right? And I heard the pastor say, love thy neighbor. Well, at the Pinellas County Housing Authority, and any of our members here, any of our team here can tell you, we have a mission. Our mission is to provide quality, affordable housing and improve the lives of residents. Which is kind of another way of saying what the pastor said, love your neighbor, isn't it? We're hitting a milestone today, and the day is coming when all of us will be here to celebrate the impact and the love that we show our neighbors by providing quality, affordable homes. Every day we get to live with people or work with people, and when they call us, it's not always pleasant, right? I'm afraid I'm going to lose my place to live. I'm afraid I'm in jeopardy. That's not fun. But our staff knows that when we're serving our residents, we're helping to change their lives, we're living our mission, we're making the life better. We know that those people are going to have security, which I think we all agree is what we're after today, isn't it? Well, love's a very important element of what we do. But Mayor, so's money. And that's why I'm so excited to introduce Michael Esposito, the Market President for Bank of America.
Good morning all. I'm not Nick Brickfield, but I'd like to be. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. This is truly a pretty special moment, and it's a moment that has really been a team effort that as we've come here, for sure. I'm happy to represent Bank of America, the market president, as we are excited for this groundbreaking along a lot of civic and community partners. We've heard of some already today, more to come, but just to name a few, from Palm Lake Christian Church, Andrea Kate, Pastor Oscar Banks, obviously, New Star Development, Brian Evgen, Neil Brickfield, we just heard from Pinellas County Housing Authority, our beloved Chloe Firebaugh, the St. Pete City Council, Richie Floyd as Vice Chair, Mayor Ken Welch, of course, thank you, Mayor, for being here, along with the really talented team at New Star Development and Palm Lake Christian Church, along with my team from Bank of America too, Nicole Balden and Kwame Nesba, that's how you say it, by the way, Kwame Nesba, who's here too, so happy to have them here with us today. Bank of America is proud to provide $46 million in debt and equity financing, along with another $8 million in permanent financing through our financing program through Impact Community Capital. This is going to provide 86 units that we've talked about of very much needed affordable housing here. Since 2021, the bank has provided $450 million and 1,300 units of affordable housing here within Tampa Bay area. So something where we all live and work, myself included, live here in St. Pete. So very happy to see that this happening in this local area. With that also, please join me in congratulating the entire team for this impressive achievement. It really has been. Each of you has played a vital role as we've gone through, and I want to thank you for your dedication, partnership, and commitment to building this community. Thank you all.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for having me. It's an honor to be here to celebrate laying the cornerstone of this project. My name is Richie Floyd. I'm City Council member for District 8 and the City Council Vice Chair. This is a project that I believe and hope will set a standard going forward in our city, particularly for faith-based communities that are interested in doing something like this, now that there's more opportunity thanks to state legislation. The leadership of Palm Lake Christian Church and everyone else involved in this, you can see them on the screen. I'm not going to try to name them all because I will forget and feel bad about it. They have a lot to be proud of. You've set an example that I know many other congregations will look to, and I couldn't be happier that it's happening right here in District 8 in St. Petersburg. But most of you probably aren't aware that this actually hasn't been District 8 for that long. Just a few years ago, it was actually in District 1, and then we went through a redistricting process that moved this portion of the city into my city council district. So soon after that happened, I heard about a community meeting going on in this sanctuary about the project and figured it was a good idea for me to come since it's my district now and I needed to take a keen interest. So I showed up and it was a pretty good meeting. A lot of community members came, made their voices heard, and afterwards a few of them came up to me. Most of them thanked me for being here and taking an interest in the project, but one constituent did not agree with the project and clearly wanted to let me know. And we were standing right back there in the corner, and he proceeded to give me literally the worst tongue lashing I've ever had in my entire life. And I was a middle school science teacher for a while, and those kids gave me a lot of tongue lashings, but this person exceeded it significantly. Probably talked to me for about 5 minutes, but it felt like an hour, and I never even got a single word in. It didn't feel good, and I didn't agree with his points, but I wasn't frustrated after it happened. I didn't begrudge him. I understood, at least I like to think that I understood where he was coming from. This is a change in our community, and change can be uncomfortable. But the only thing that we know is definitely going to happen is that things will change. And so it's up to leaders like the people in this room, the people who have stuck their neck out for this community to try to bring something to them, elected officials, housing authorities, financiers. It's up to us to make sure that the change that we have go on in our city is in the best interests of our city. And I really believe that this project will be an incredibly positive change in our city. Dozens of residents will have a safe and affordable roof over their head because of this change, and more people will have the capacity to participate in our city's civic life because of this change. So again, I want to thank everyone, especially the leadership at Palm Lake Christian Church and everyone else involved in making this a reality, because it takes courageous leadership to make a change like this. I can't wait to see the finished product, and I'm super excited to continue working together with everyone in this room to help build a city that works for everyone. And I'll just end saying it's really exciting because I was here last week and checked the place out, and I can see tangible progress between last week and this week, and so that's really nice to see. There was no concrete poured last time I was here, so it really feels good to be able to watch something of this magnitude rise from the ground in our city. Thank you for having me, and I can't wait to continue to support projects like this moving forward.
Well, I am in church, so let the church say amen. Giving honor to God and giving thanks to the shepherd of this house, Pastor Banks. Where'd he go? Way in the back. Oh, you running the board? All right. To Pastor Banks and all the members of the Palm Lake Christian Church, it's such an honor to be here with you today. I, too, am not Neil Brickfield, although I'm so thankful for his work. Still call him Commissioner Brickfield. We worked together on the Pinellas County Commission for 4 years and in different capacities at PAL and now at the Housing Authority. You're doing fantastic work leading that. Now, I don't have the numbers to match your Housing Authority folks, but we do have some members of the St. Pete team here today. I want to recognize Administrator Amy Foster, who's in the back, Dr. Avery Sliker, and Mark Van Loo, our incredible housing team that do such great work. Spotted David Thompson, our governmental relations director, who's, y'all pray extra for him. He spends a lot of time in Tallahassee and Washington. And I did spot Councilmember Corey Givens on this side, Councilmember. And Pastor Banks, I know you sent out love to city council, so I knew you would just included mayor in that. So thank you. And being last on program, I really just get to fill in some blanks. To say thank you. This is such an important project. To all the team members who came together, to our city council who made us the first city to act under the new House Bill 1339, the first in the state, and you're leading the way on Yes in God's Backyard. And Pastor, we have a lot of discussions, and I know you're coming from the right place and driving progress, and it does shape what we do as a city. The 80% AMI issue, for example, is something we press on. And YIGBY is another one of those issues where we talk with the faith community and say, look, we're putting city dollars into this from CRA and from other funding sources. We put $1.5 million into this project from ARPA funds. In fact, we received an award for using the most ARPA money of any city in the state for affordable housing. We always try to be creative, but in this case, in talking with the faith-based community, we said, look, one of the things y'all have is land, and you can convert some of that land that hasn't been used for decades to try to address that problem. And Palm Lake is leading the way in showing how that can be done. So y'all give yourselves a hand for that. As we move forward, the city looks forward to working with all of our partners. I want to thank everyone here today, New Star Development, the Pinellas County Housing Authority, the Bank of America, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and again, our own great housing team in the city of St. Pete. I'm looking for more of these opportunities, and just spread the word, and I know I'm preaching to the choir literally, that affordable housing is housing for everyone. It's not for those people. It's for our families, right? It's for our children, for our congregations. And when it's done the right way and when it's managed the right way, it's something we all can be proud of. So I couldn't be happier, and on behalf of the city of St. Pete, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you.
Hallelujah. So I wanted to thank everyone for coming out. There's an African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And I believe that to be true for what we're doing. I believe it takes a village to raise a community. It takes churches. It takes community leaders. It takes politicians. It takes money. It takes money. It takes money. And we can talk a good game, but if we're not putting money in it, it'll never be built. And so I'm excited, and I want to thank Bank of America for really always leading the way in building affordable housing and leading the way, not just affordable housing, but YMCAs and all kind of other things. So we thank y'all for being a big partner in this situation. Also, are there any other civic or community leaders, servants in this space? Can you stand? My brother, you need to stand. Christopher Warren, Dr. Christopher Warren. This is another brother that I know that is doing something that many of us didn't even think about, looking to build affordable housing for kids aging out of the foster care system. Who would not want to be a part of that project? So I pray that God shows favor in everything that you're doing, my brother. And Mayor, I thank you for YIGBY, which is something that I look forward to helping and assisting of how we can get other churches to partner with this community effort to lift up St. Petersburg. Who loves St. Pete? That was weak. If I said who loves the Bucks, y'all be like, yeah! Who loves St. Pete? Hallelujah. I did want to make sure that I lift up those who are working behind the scenes that sometimes we don't lift up. Danielle with Tucker Hall, we want to thank you for your leadership in putting this event on. I want to thank Brian. I want to thank Jamie. I want to thank Mackenzie. I want to thank Neil. I'm not Neil. Neil's right there. I want to thank Elise. I want to thank Mercy and the event planners of Tampa Bay. Mercy, what up, girl? So I want to thank you. I want to thank Justin. I want to thank Nicole. Is Nicole here? Where's Nicole? There you go, Nicole. What's up? I want to thank Andrea Kate, of course, our board chair, Darren Asdale, Jake, Jennifer. I also want to thank those who are working on the site. I pray for those guys. I don't know if they've served on the site with a pastor. So I'm their pastor too, and they know. If I've heard somebody on the phone, they were having a hard conversation with somebody. After the conversation, I said, bro, let me pray for you. You good? Because that's what you do. That's our job, amen? So those who are working, do I have any of our contractors or people who are on site in the space? Can y'all stand? Stand. Because the reality is that without them, there would be no us. Amen? And so we want to thank God for this village of all of us who are raising this community. I do, before we head out to the ground, Brian, if it's okay, if I take a moment of silence for Bernice Saxon, who was a major part of this village, who recently passed away. Let's have a moment of silence. God, we thank you for their servants who are in this space, who together with you are creating spaces of grace for people to experience your grace, to experience your peace, to experience your calm. So God, we thank you for all of those hands that were in this pot, making this a reality for your people. Watch over us as we leave from this place, but never from your presence. Bless the food that we will receive. Bless the hands that will dig in the dirt. God, we give you glory and honor because of who you are, and again, because of what you've created us to be. In Jesus' name, amen. Any other instructions? Who all is going to the dirt pile? Cool, we'll figure it out when we get out there. You are dismissed. We'll see you Sunday at 11 a.m. Peace.
We're at Eckerd College in South St. Pete, and we're kicking off the Spark bus service, which is a great premier service that'll connect with our Sunrunner and give folks across St. Pete, but certainly Eckerd College students, a fast connection to North St. Pete and downtown.
3, 2, 1, fire!
The route is really important because it's one of the busiest streets within St. Petersburg, plenty of capacity for a bus service, and it'll move people along really efficiently. One unique thing about the Spark compared to a regular bus service is that the stops are a little bit more spaced out. You don't spend as much time starting and stopping. And with the service coming every 15 minutes, you also don't really need to even look at the schedule. You just go to the stop.
It's a perfect case for transit-oriented development. You know, you want your jobs, your transportation, and your housing to all connect. And you're seeing that happen on 34th Street South in the Skyway Marina District.
There are a lot of new residential units coming on in the district and a lot of new retail opportunities coming along in the district. So it's really a symbiotic relationship where this bus service will help that development and it'll spark more development, pun intended.
This is the next step, and as folks continue to see the benefits of having modern, dependable, premium transportation, other areas are going to ask for it.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
That was good. Good morning. Welcome to the best week of the year in St. Petersburg. Absolutely. Without question, this is the best week in St. Pete. My name is Sean Druin, and I am pumped to be your MC today, surrounded by champions, local champions, national champions, international champions. If this doesn't get you fired up, I'm not sure anything will. This is the point in the speech where I bring up our weather. So you see exactly who I'm looking at. We'll be at the chamber here in a little bit. But I'm going to take the Kevin Savory approach. Last night we were at the track, and he was very matter of fact. He said, nope, we're going to have a great race Friday. He said the R word Friday night. Saturday is going to be great for the inaugural trucks. And Sunday is going to be incredible for the 22nd running of the IndyCar. And so I wholeheartedly believe in the Kevin Savory approach, and he's going to be spot on. It will not R word, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. So, yeah. There's someone else that gets equally as pumped up about this. This is his 5th time now being right here at this podium, and every year when we talk, I think he gets more and more excited. He is really jacked up about these trucks. We don't have motorcycle racing on the track yet, Mayor, but maybe one day. So please join me in welcoming our mayor, Mayor Kenneth T. Welch.
Thank you, Sean. Did y'all see Sean's red shoes? I think everybody needs a pair of those red shoes, man. Looking good. Good morning, St. Pete. We feel the need for speed. We are fired up and ready for the Firestone Grand Prix, which is one of the most exciting traditions in our city. It's a weekend of events that bring energy, international visitors, and a spotlight to our beautiful downtown and waterfront. And in addition to Kevin's guarantee, Chair Hanowitz and Council of Guarantee, we're going to have good weather on Saturday, so we know that's going to happen. My thanks to Kim and Kevin and to the Green Savory Racing Promotions for bringing this race to St. Petersburg for over 2 decades now. Your partnership has helped make the Grand Prix a signature event that reflects the vibrancy and momentum of our great city. It's also great to see a familiar face in our own Nikita Johnson, who's joining us once again. Y'all show Nikita some love. Nikita, you've grown up with this event, and we're proud to watch you continue to rise through the ranks. We look forward to cheering you on. We're also equally proud of another hometown driver, Ryan Leach. Ryan? Man, they look so young. I'm feeling so old. Who's racing the Mazda MX-5 Cup. Both of you show our young people what dedication, opportunity, and hard work can lead to, and we're so proud of you. One of the best things about the Grand Prix is the number of people that it attracts to our city year after year and the economic impact of those visits. Those visitors and their support for our local businesses generate about $60 million in economic impact for the city of St. Pete. That's real support for our restaurants, hotels, shops, and our employees. St. Pete is excited about our partnership with IndyCar and proud to be the place where NTT IndyCar Series season begins every year. And as Sean said, this year brings something new. For the first time ever, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will be racing through the streets of St. Petersburg. We're excited to welcome NASCAR teams, drivers, and fans to our city and add another layer of excitement to an already incredible weekend in St. Petersburg. We also send a warm welcome to the millions of fans who will be watching the live national broadcast on Sunday. The city is ready. Let's give a shout out to our city team for getting the track ready in record time. As always, Tony Lino and the team, all of our administrations who help out in making that happen. The race teams, especially the drivers, are ready, and all that is left is to raise the Firestone Grand Prix flag and say, drivers, start your engines. Now join me in welcoming Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz to the podium. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. There is nothing quite like the Grand Prix week here in St. Petersburg. For 22 years, this event has transformed our downtown into one of the most exciting street circuits anywhere in the world. And every single year, it still gives you that same rush. I love the speed, the energy, the excitement, but what truly makes this weekend incredible is the transformation. On any other weekend, you'll walk along our waterfront parks, you're visiting markets and festivals, you're watching planes take off from Albert Whitted, you're heading to the Mahaffey for a show or stopping by the Dali Museum. You look over Tampa Bay and see the sunshine dancing over the water, and it better be happening this weekend because the R is not happening. And then almost overnight, it becomes a racetrack. Concrete barriers rise, grandstands go up, the streets close, and suddenly the racing world is watching St. Petersburg. You can stand in the exact same place and not even recognize it. That happens here because St. Petersburg believes in bold ideas. And when partners, planners, and this community come together, we can turn one of the most beautiful urban waterfronts in America into a global motorsports destination. To the drivers, teams, and sponsors who have traveled here from near and far, welcome to St. Petersburg. We are proud to host you, and we hope you experience the spirit of our city when you are here. To last year's winner, Alex Palau, felicidades and welcome back. We're glad to see you return and defend your title. And to the Green Savory team and our outstanding city staff, thank you. This event takes vision, coordination, and an incredible amount of work, and you deliver it year after year. However, sometimes the future of racing doesn't just come to St. Petersburg, it comes from St. Pete. So it is my honor to introduce St. Petersburg's own Nikita Johnson. A hometown talent with an impressive international racing resume, competing in the Indy Next by Firestone Series, the final step to the road of IndyCar. He represents dedication, discipline, and the courage to chase big dreams. And he represents our city in the national stage, St. Petersburg. Please help me welcome Nikita Johnson.
Thank you everyone for being here. I mean, it means a lot. This is my 4th year doing the flag raising and racing in the St. Petersburg Grand Prix. Obviously now I stepped up another class, so that's very cool. But I want to thank Mayor Welch for everything that he does for the city, and then also with the Grand Prix, also Green Savoy Racing. I mean, every single year I come here, I just feel like it's getting better and better, and it's just an incredible race. It's my favorite on the calendar, so yeah, with that, I want to thank all the workers and everybody part of the track build, everybody that just comes together and makes this possible. I mean, we couldn't do it without them, and it's just such a great event to be here and be a part of. So just want to thank everybody for coming out, have fun, come out, watch on Saturday, Sunday, and yeah, watch some fast cars go around. Thank you, everyone.
It's awesome to watch someone like Nikita. You know, I think 4 years ago he was 13 or 14, and the running joke was like, how can you drive 100 miles an hour and you can't even legally drive on our roads? Like, we were just perplexed. He's 13 and 14 winning races and can't actually drive. So we're like proud aunts and uncles watching him, you know, win races, and I'm checking Instagram and checking to see like how good Nikita does, and so keep making us proud, my friend. All right, we have another hometown driver, which is so awesome. Ryan Leach, come on up. He's a proud resident of St. Pete. He's in the Mazda. He's being sponsored by our friends over at Power Design, another incredible partner of ours. Ryan's story is one of determination, resiliency, and a little bit of moxie. So I'll let you hear from Ryan.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Yeah, I'm just super grateful to be here. I definitely would not be here without Power Design, so I got to give all the thanks to them. I also want to give thanks to the entire city, the mayor, Kim and Kevin, Steve, really everybody who helps put this event together. I know it's a lot of work, but I think it's well worth it. So look forward to seeing everybody out at the races this weekend, and yeah, I think it's going to be a great one.
Again, look up his story. I was doing some research, and it's a pretty incredible story of where he's come from and where he is today. So we mentioned earlier, this race would not be possible without the hundreds of employees that make this possible. Shout out to our guiding light, Tony Lino, wherever he's at. 22 years and counting. Man, he keeps us going. Beth, who tries to keep us in line as best as she can. She checks in daily to keep us going. The Greg Mitchells, the Andy Cheese of the world, this would not be possible without the team. So shout out to the team. It wouldn't be possible, obviously, without that, but we have the best promoters in all of sports, all of racing, I don't care. And what makes them so special is they put their money where their mouth is, and they literally raise money and give it back to our programs, to PAL, to other programs. They're about building a legacy that their children are proud of and our children are proud of. So these guys listen to us. They're a part of the chaos that we bring, and I think they bring a little chaos to us too, but we welcome with open arms. So please join me in welcoming our dear friends from Green Savary Racing, Kim Green and or Kevin Savary.
I don't know who's...
Rock, paper, scissors.
I guess I lost. No, I don't know. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. And, it just seems like yesterday we were here negotiating to bring a car race to St. Petersburg. And, Beth has a different role now, but way back then she was still a part of it. So, Beth, so thankful for you to be a part of it now. And, again, Tony as well from day one. It's just so many relationships that Kim and I have developed down here, and just so proud to be a part of this community. But, more so, I think, they mentioned Kim and I's participation with Police Athletic League and giving back to kids that, obviously are going to be a bigger and bigger part of this community going forward, and we're so proud of that. And having said that, obviously we've got some community events this afternoon with the Party in the Park and the 5K, and literally the 5K sold out this year, so we're really thrilled about that, which means Kim and Kevin are going to write a bigger check to PAL, which, as a bean counter, that drives me crazy, but it's going to a good cause. So anyway, we'll look forward to that on Sunday morning. But, I think for us, one of the things we feel really strongly about is the enhancements that we're bringing to the fan experience this year. So Green Savary invested this past year in some enhanced grandstands, and then also we brought a lot more video boards. So Kim and I made an investment in those, and I think that's going to enhance the fan experience. So I don't think you can go very far without seeing a video board, and we're trying to create fan zones where there's food, there's drink, a video board, and you don't have to have a grandstand seat. You can be a general admission fan and still have a great experience. So we're really, really looking forward to that. And obviously, the thing that this is all about are the race car drivers in the series. And, so thrilled this year not only to have IndyCar leading off its season, but also the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And so excited about that. First time that they've ever been on the city streets. And I'm telling you, they're going to put on a hell of a show. And rain or shine, which, again, it's going to be shine. We all know. This is not the Sunshine City for nothing. So, again, we're going to be fine. And, again, I think, just so exciting to see that. And to me, for the city to have literally 2.5 hours of Fox primetime on Saturday and 2.5 hours of Fox primetime on Sunday, so excited for that and the ROI that's going to create not only for the city and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, but also, again, for our great sponsors. And they're the ones that, really allow Kim and I to make our dreams come true, and for those dreams to come true here in St. Pete. Just, again, thank you to everyone. Obviously, we thank Tony and Beth and again, the police, the fire. We just ask them, can you help us do this? Can you help us do that? And they just always step in and it's not how, it's, yep, we'll take care of that. So again, a big thank you to everyone that helps make that happen. And again, just looking forward to get the weekend started, and we'll see you out there. Thanks so much.
All right, let's hear from our IndyCar president. Y'all make some noise for Doug Bowles. There he is.
Had to put my good St. Petersburg coffee down there. Mayor, Madam Chair, council members, first responders, everybody that works for the city, and mostly the residents of St. Petersburg, thank you so much for kicking the IndyCar season off every year. Kim and Kevin are great partners with us and obviously great partners with you, and this has become a huge tradition. I was thinking last night when I arrived here, over the 22 races that have been here, I think I'm probably on average 4 nights that I spend in St. Petersburg. So if you look at that, it's almost 3 months of my life. So I'm not truly a resident, but I feel like it. And to watch this city grow over the last two decades, this is such an amazing city, and it's such a great place for us to kick off the NTT IndyCar Series. I know our drivers love coming down here. They bring a lot of their fans. They bring a lot of their partners. This is a big event for us. In fact, I think we talked a little bit about how big this can be for the economy, not just the people that come for the race, but what they do when they're here. And most of us that come here, we have places that we go eat, and we do those kind of traditional things. My wife comes down. There's a really cool boutique here. She plans out all of the special events we've got for the whole year and buys all her stuff here in St. Petersburg. I broke a pair of glasses yesterday. I'm seeing an eye doctor in St. Petersburg this afternoon to get some new glasses. So we do more than just spend money in the restaurants. We spend money in the community. And this really does feel like a second home to those of us in Indianapolis because of the way that it kicks the season off, but mostly because of the way that all of you embrace us. We feel like this is an event. When we look at our 18-race schedule, what we really want is not just races, we want races that are events. And this is a perfect example of something that's much more than a race. And when you have promoters who give back to the community as well, that's what makes it so special. And that's the heart of Kim and Kevin, is not just putting on a great race, but putting on a great race as great neighbors and giving back to the community here. And your community embraces us, and it really means a whole ton to us. Last year, though, the season started out pretty cool for a guy by the name of Alex Palou. But for the remainder of the series competitors, they didn't like it because it was just the beginning of what was going to be one of the most dominant racing seasons that an IndyCar driver has seen for almost 50 years. Alex Palou went on to win another championship. He went on to finally win the Indianapolis 500. And he's back here to defend that championship. And the question that everybody has in the NTT IndyCar Series is, can Alex Palou continue the Alex Palou from 2025 into 2026? There will be 24 drivers who will be trying to make sure that that is not the case. But there is one driver that if you had to bet on somebody who's going to be successful, I would put all my money on Alex Palou. Alex Palou is an unbelievable race car driver. More importantly, he's also another guy with a huge heart. He's a family man. He loves our series. He loves coming here. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champion, multi-time NTT IndyCar champion, and last year's Indianapolis 500 champion, Alex Palou.
Well, that's a great introduction. Thank you. I didn't expect that, but thank you all for being here. I'm so happy to finally kick our 2026 season here in St. Pete. We have, as a driver, you want to be competing every single weekend, but our season, we're talking about it, it's long. Although we're very busy, it's long, and finally here, it's when we get to go racing, we get to compete with other teams, other drivers, and our team. So we've been preparing a lot to try and continue what we started here last year with an amazing season. We know, as Doug said, there's another 25 drivers and 10 teams that are just trying to beat that number 10 Chip Ganassi racing car. But we've been working hard to try and still keep on that performance. But most than anything, I'm just excited to get the season started here in St. Pete, one of my favorite tracks, and for sure my favorite weather. So yeah, cannot wait to get started and to have a great weekend. I hope everybody enjoys. Thank you for all the city and everybody that is making sure that we have such a great event, such a great track as well, with the grandstands, the fans that are so close to us, the drivers. So cannot wait to get racing tomorrow when we start in practice, and then excited to see the track race as well. I think it's going to be very exciting to see, but most than anything, the IndyCar race on Sunday. Thank you.
I'm glad soon-to-be resident Doug brought up the dominance of Alex because I'm a sports nut, so I equated that into some numbers. So Alex won or was on the podium 13 of 17 races last year. So to put that in perspective, he was more likely to win a race or be on the podium than it was for Wayne Gretzky to score a goal in an NHL game. He was more likely to win a race, be on the podium, than it was for Michael Jordan to make a shot or Steph Curry to make a three-pointer. He was more likely to win a race or be on a podium than it was for Tom Brady to complete a pass, for Nolan Ryan to get a strikeout, or for Messi to get a shot on target. Not a shot, not a goal, but just to get a shot on target. He was more likely to win a race or be on the podium than any of those things. That's what he did in 2025. Let's hear it for Alex Palou. But that has nothing to do with 2026, so we will see what you do this year, my friend. Just saying. All right, let's wrap this thing up. So this race is so much more than just fast cars. It's about building core memories. It's families coming together. It's spending time with loved ones. It's showing the world who St. Petersburg is. Every year I get to walk around and talk to people, and more now you see families, and it's a young father, a young mother saying, I came here when I was a kid, and now I'm getting to do that with my children. So this is a generational event. It's not just a racing event or a car event. It's becoming a generational event for families to build core memories. I think that's something that we can all be very, very proud of. So with that being said, let's do what we all came here to do. Let's raise that flag. Thanks for being here.
We're going to strike this. We'll do a photo.
Definitely not. Whatever. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, right.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. The best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the city of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The city of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
Hey St. Pete, I'm Amber Boulding, your Emergency Management Manager, here to explain the difference between floodplains, FEMA flood zones, and evacuation zones. Understanding these terms is key to protecting your safety and property. First up, stormwater floodplain. This is where water naturally collects during heavy rainfall due to the terrain and our stormwater infrastructure system. If you're in a stormwater floodplain, your property may be at greater risk of flooding from heavy rain. Next, FEMA flood zones. FEMA identifies these areas based on flood risk from storm surge or proximity to water. This affects flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Finally, evacuation zones. Set by Pinellas County, these zones indicate areas at risk from dangerous storm surge during hurricanes or tropical storms. An evacuation order means you must leave. This is about protecting lives from potentially deadly storm surge. Pro tip, being in a non-evacuation zone doesn't mean you're in a non-flood zone or outside the stormwater floodplain. Heavy rainfall can still cause freshwater flooding. In St. Pete, you need to know your zones. Visit stpete.org/hurricane and use the Prepare St. Pete map. Just enter any address or click a location on the map to see its stormwater floodplain, FEMA flood zone, and evacuation zone. Understanding these differences helps protect you, your family, and your property. Stay informed by following us at St. Pete FL before, during, and after storms. Stay safe, St. Pete.
I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amor Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Loeffner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete on the corner of 1st Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
Last year, Milton was really, really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I said, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only gonna get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow, I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for it.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4, and Council Chair Lisette.
move it, move it, move it, baby. Move it, body.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Gibbons Jr., and District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the May 21st, 2026 City Council meeting. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Big Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Lloyd. Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding. Hanowitz.
Here. Today we're going to have our invocation given by Minister Leo Harrell from the Pinellas Community Church. And you can please remain standing for the pledge of
Thank you, everyone. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come humbly before you today, asking you for guidance, for wisdom, for unity, and for clarity as we go forth in these proceedings. God, I pray for your continued blessings over this city and over every person that is sitting here that has come to do your will and for the betterment of our people. God, I thank you for this gathering. God, I ask you for all your blessings to continue over our city. I thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you so much, Minister Harrell, for that beautiful invocation.
Chair, I apologize for the sound. We worked on this week, and it's obviously still having an issue. Did you want to take a few minutes while we try and get someone up here to check on it, or what would you like to do?
It sounds like it's working now.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
I never heard the remix version of my voice.
Did it?
But if it happens again, we can definitely. Thank you for that. We have agenda before us, adding H2, which is a later action item for today. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion, a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
We have a consent agenda. Are there any cards?
No cards for the consent agenda.
I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Are there any speakers for open forum?
None in person and nobody on Zoom.
Okay, then we move on to new ordinances. E1. This is setting June 11th, 2026 as a public hearing date for an ordinance amending City Code 26-168 and creating a new section 26-169 titled Neighborhood Resident Only Parking Areas. Clerk.
Proposed ordinance number 638-H. An ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg amending the City Code to revise section 26-168 and create a new section 26-169 to be entitled Neighborhood Resident Only Parking Areas, renumbering current section 26-169 to section 26-174, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Public hearing for this item is scheduled for June 11th. We have one card.
Thank you. We'll take public comment.
Philip Ingram, approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you, council members, for listening to me today. I represent Tripp Steiner. The address is 2339 Dr. Martin Luther King Street North. I've been the owner of Tripp's for a number of years. We've been an establishment since 2012. I come to you tonight not only as someone concerned about his business, his employees, his customers, but also many other businesses in the community. I truly do appreciate the city's efforts to address neighborhood parking concerns, and I know there are many. However, I do urge caution regarding the proposed possibility of expansion of resident-only parking districts throughout our city. St. Petersburg commercial corridors are successful because they are accessible. The restaurants, retail shops, and service businesses that make our neighborhoods vibrant depend on customers and employees to be able to park nearby. Small businesses potentially will bear the greatest burden of this ordinance. Unlike large developments, independent restaurants and retailers often rely on shared public parking. Making parking more difficult could reduce customer visits, hurt employee recruitment and retention, discourage investment, increase city budgets to monitor more parking areas, and ultimately impact local tax revenues. This is especially true for districts outside of downtown proper. While walkability, transportation, and parking is very accessible in downtown via the Sunrunner, ferry, looper, trolley, parking garages, metered parking, in our areas outside of downtown, businesses do not have the same built infrastructure. I might even argue that it would give businesses downtown a distinct advantage, or our big box stores that can afford larger real estate spaces. I know this to be true because I do actually have a restaurant on Central Avenue about a block from here with 0 dedicated parking spots, and it works, but only because of the surrounding infrastructure. But unfortunately, this is not the case along the MLK Street corridor. After having street parking removed in front of businesses a little over a decade ago for bike lanes, we now face another potential roadblock for business planning, investment, and success. I am currently in the process of planning on spending approximately $50,000 this year on our facility for upgrades to make a great new place and updated place in our neighborhood. But how could I or any other business owner make that decision under the threat of dramatically reduced business accessibility essentially overnight? I encourage the council to carefully study the economic impact on existing businesses and consider business access protections before expanding residents-only parking programs. I would love the opportunity to connect and partner with anyone to find solutions for both our residents and businesses and speak on this in more detail, and I appreciate your time.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just had one quick question for you, Evan, about this. I think I know the answer, but I want to get clarity. If this were to come, it's not going to require entire neighborhood associations to sign off. It's just going to be the areas that want to have resident-only passes inside of those neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Let me answer that in a few ways. One is just to set the framework after today's first reading, then we still have a public hearing June 11th. And that would create room within the code to consider actually implementing these. So on June 11th, we don't have any areas by this restaurant or anywhere else that we're proposing to implement right away. And the way that this is set up is that if there were an area by Trips or anywhere else that would require separate council action, and so then all of these competing interests that we kind of talked about a little bit in committee could be considered along with the final decision. So we would require also, when there's interest, for 2/3 of the residents in an area to be in favor of adding it.
Yeah, I think it's in an area that I'm looking for clarity on. Correct. Defining. When you
and
say
then we would also, the code calls for us to consult with any active neighborhood association and advise council at a future meeting if they have a position one way or another.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand when, say, a neighborhood was interested in getting, say, not even a neighborhood, forgive my language, an area, for lack of a better word, was interested in getting resident-only parking passes. How would you define that area? Who would have to be who would have to vote to get over the threshold? Those are the clarifying things I'm looking for.
So this would be similar to when we're designating a historic district. You have to, come together. There's usually some preliminary meetings to kind of set the boundaries. But once those boundaries are defined, and we do have definitions that they would have to meet for what would be a qualifying residential area. It has to be contiguous, of a certain size. Once those boundaries are set, then it would be the 2/3 of all the residents within that square would have to vote to approve, because that's where the signs would be placed, that's where the restrictions would be.
Okay, yes. I felt pretty confident about this, but have had constituents repeatedly ask, like, my whole neighborhood's not going to have to vote for it, right? And I guess it would be, if your whole neighborhood qualified, asked for it, jumped through all the hoops.
If they qualified and decided that that was the area they wished to propose to the department, then that would be the requirement for the 2/3.
Okay, of course. All right, but that is not a requirement.
To make the application.
Requirement in the application that it has to be an entire neighborhood. That's the clarity I'm looking for. I just wanted to get that out there so that anyone who's watching this could understand that that's the case.
That's correct.
I'll leave it there. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
And that's a great question. And just to clarify, there are legal requirements that have to be met to have those residential parking areas, correct?
Yes, there's the requirement that within a discrete area that's being proposed, that enough people are interested, and then there's traffic studies done to make sure that it warrants a placement with outside the area's parking, and that's similar to what we've done in the past. And then after all those steps have made, then it comes to city council, and then council considers each area before they're placed in code and before any enforcement would happen.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you, Vice Chair Floyd, for asking some of the questions that I wanted to ask. I do have another question that's probably staff directed. Can you kind of explain for those who are listening, who are new, who may not be aware of how we got here, how this came about? Was it a staff request? Was that initiated by staff? Was it initiated by the residents in the area?
Well, we've talked about this on and off for years, but what got us to committee was a referral from a council member that was approved by this board and referred to committee.
Okay. I heard you mention, Evan, that we're required to consult with neighborhood associations, we're required to consult with residents, but what about businesses? What is the requirement there?
That would be our intent, to identify any businesses within the area that we feel could be affected and bring that forward for each zone.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Heather, you had said this earlier, but I just want to double down on it. Any of these areas come before council before a decision is made, correct?
Yes, and that's why you'll see at the very end of the ordinance, there's just a subsection D, permit areas, and then it's blank. That's where we anticipate that as further areas come through and go through the process, that would be a separate ordinance, and then that would be amending the code to place that area.
When it comes in front of city council, if we thought an area should be limited by a block or two, could we do that? Because they had 2/3 of an area, so let's say it's 10 blocks and we decided we don't want it to be 10 blocks, we want it to be 8 blocks, could we do that?
As long as you were making it smaller and
Smaller,
everybody
not
who could
bigger.
potentially be affected had proper notice.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the, please tally and announce the vote. Thank you. Thank you, Evan, for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, we have committee reports. H1, Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. My apologies. This was from the HERS Committee, May 21st. This is simply a housekeeping item from the referral list. So we are respectfully requesting City Council approval of a motion to combine the following items on the HERS referral list. One, a discussion on the city's environmental purchasing policy, which was Councilmember Driscoll's, and two, a report from the administration on ISAP energy consumption renewable goals and progress to date, and that was Councilmember Floyd's. And with that, I so move.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
We have H2. That's again, Councilmember Gabbard.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this one, this is kind of coming to you from the Lair Committee this morning. So this morning, May 28th, in our Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, the committee passed a resolution pending a couple of changes to some whereas clauses, which you have in front of you now, which is a resolution urging the Florida legislature to carefully consider the impacts of property tax reform. So you do have the amended resolution here with language as discussed and prepared by legal. We do have Brett Pettigrew here if there are any questions about the language, but we do have that resolution here, and I so move approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilmember Gabbard, just wanted to thank you for bringing this forward, and I happened to see your Facebook post yesterday too, and I wasn't sure if I could have explained it any better, so well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Gabbard, this is very timely. I'm so glad that we got it up here from Lear this morning, and I think it's something that we found out information today at Lear in terms of what the legislature is proposing and the amount of reduction in property taxes that is, it's not minimal, okay? It's the opposite of minimal. It's substantial. And when you're talking about a potential $70-something million hit, if you increase it to $250,000 in terms of a property tax exemption for properties in the city of St. Petersburg, that equates to $70-something million. What we pay for with our real estate property taxes is police and fire, and it doesn't cover everything. So when you think about taking a $70-something million hit, that money is going to have to come from somewhere or something, or because they're telling us we cannot decrease police and fire. And I don't know where they think we come up with $70-something million because they're not providing it. And we're supposed to provide essential safety services to our public, and that's what the public expects. So I just want to be clear that when we're talking about the property tax reduction and what the state is doing, I will tell you at the end of the day, it's police and fire that are looking at this being hit. And if we have to fund them, then it's going to have to come from some other pot of money, whether it's parks, whether it's whatever. It could be letting people laid off. And it could also mean, frankly, the reality is a shifting of costs, and maybe there is a separate fire fee and a police fee out there to cover these costs because people are going to still expect police and fire. So I just want to put that out there. I know there are other council members that want to speak on this, but this is something that I urge everyone to really get educated about in terms of our budget. And when you look at our full budget amount, there's parts of our budget that are pertain to our capital projects, that are pertain to enterprise funds, that pertain to our utility systems. Those funds have nothing to do with our general fund budget and our operating expenses. And so it really is a huge chunk. And unfortunately, Tom is out because he probably could give us the exact percentage of what we would be looking at in terms of reduction. But this is not 1, this is not 2, this is not 5%. It's more than 10%. So anyhow, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Councilmember Gabbard for being proactive in getting this done and preparing it. And I do appreciate the rewording or the rescripting of what you actually put together on this. So I just pray that it falls on the ears and on the desk of those that really need to receive this and understand where the City Council of the City of St. Petersburg stand on this. But I just wanted to give my appreciation to you for actually putting this together, as well as the very conscious and careful conversation we had during the Lair meeting this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for this. You know, I hope that they listen, is what I would say, because you know, was online a little bit before we came back to the meeting, and just seeing a lot of nonsense about you know, tax revenue growth since the pandemic, and it's just junk. I mean, do people not remember how much inflation went up and how those things hit things like construction and materials, things that we buy significantly, like our costs have been impacted just the same. And if you're thinking that, you know, we can just cut waste out, like if we're wasting things, everybody up here is constantly looking for us to cut things like that. So it's just an absurd implication. And, you know, I think the honest truth, though, is that, you know, property taxes are a wealth tax that disproportionately impact people with more wealth. And that's who the state legislature answers to, unfortunately, quite frequently. And so I think that does explain a little bit of the thought process here. So I'm frustrated by the rhetoric going around. I think everybody here is working constantly on being a good fiscal steward and doing everything we can to keep costs low. And so there's not going to be a magic wand that we can wave to not have to cut services if this kind of thing were to go through. Like, we will all feel a serious crunch. And so I just wanted to put that on the record, since I have been a little disappointed in some of the rhetoric coming from Tallahassee around this. Thanks.
Thank you. Well said. Again, people think it disappears. It's either a shifting of cost or a reduction of services. At the end of the day, that's what it's going to end up being. With that being said, clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Well, we have a few minutes to public hearings at 5:01, so we'll take a short break and return for public hearings.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
J4, I believe can be taken together, correct, legal?
Move approval of J1 through J4.
Second.
A motion and a second. Clerk, you can open the meeting for voting. Council members, seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda items J1, J2, J3, and J4 passes unanimously.
Thank you. It's always great to see you, Joe, at 5:01.
5:01 to 5:02. Tie at 5:02.
And you go at 5:02, that's right. Next up, we have J6, an ordinance amending City Code, Chapter 4, to designate the city as a bird sanctuary. Clerk, if you can read the ordinance.
Proposed ordinance number 637H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg amending the city code related to animals, adding a new section 4-10 designating the City of St. Petersburg as a bird sanctuary, providing for severability and providing an effective date, and we do not have any cards on this item.
Entertain a motion.
Move approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item J6 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Oh,
Councilmember Driscoll.
thank you. And thanks to everyone for supporting this item. It's really exciting. I just wanted to see if maybe Heather could explain to us what happens next, because there is still one more step on the state level for this one.
Correct. So as you see in the effective date language of the ordinance, it's a little different than normal because the effective date of this language going into the code is dependent on it being approved at the August meeting of FWC. We have to go and get them to approve the designation of the bird sanctuary. And so with this being passed today, we're going to go ahead and submit our completed application because we had to show through ordinance that we would be setting the area and also placing the signage, and that was part of the application requirement. So we do have contact at FWC to submit this to. My colleague Sarah Lucker was very helpful in this project as well, so I just wanted to acknowledge her. But those are the next steps. So as soon as we get any information back from FWC, I would anticipate requesting to come back as a report item to just update everyone on what we have and then go forward from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. Exciting. Thank you, Heather. We recess as City Council, and now we're going to convene as CRA. We take up CRA 2, a resolution recommending the City Council authorize the mayor designee to execute an agreement with BCT for the development of 5 single-family affordable homes on the property generally located at 2013-2021 18th Avenue South, and sell the property to BCT contingent on the affordable homes being sold to qualified home buyers or qualified land trusts at or below 120% AMI.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and council members. So we're here today to talk about 2 city-owned parcels that are located on 18th Avenue South between the streets of 20 and 21st Street South that were acquired in 2010 during the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. These are the last lots that are still in the NSP program. The other one's lent to lot disposition. So the city received an unsolicited proposal from Bright Community Trust, and we have the CEO, Frank Wells, from Bright here, if you guys have any questions for him. The proposal consists of building 5 cottage-style homes that would be sold to 120% AMI buyers. They would be 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and they are wanting to use a really innovative technology for 3D printing. So they have another one right now on a lot disposition in the community. So it would be a really cool model. It really speeds up the construction timeline. So they have about 30 months from October 1st to complete construction, which is quite quick for 5 single-family homes. And they'll share kind of like a community garden in the middle. So it's pretty exciting. So we are wishing to enter into a lease with them. Do you have any questions for Bright or for me?
Okay, well, we'll go to public comment.
Madam Chair, we have one speaker, Frank Wells. Please go to either podium, state your name, address, or cross street, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you so much, Frank Wells, President of Bright Community Trust. Unfortunately, no longer a resident of this fair city, much to my dismay. Just wanted to say thank you on behalf of Bright Community Trust. We've been working with the City of St. Petersburg for years developing single-family homes, particularly through the lot disposition program. Want to point out that this 3D printing technology, we have one under construction now. The slab's been poured, so we're about a month out from actually starting the 3D printing. So we'll send you all an invitation. I understand it's in your council vacation time, so maybe those of you who are available can come join us on June 22nd for that event, and we can show off what 3D printing is going to look like. We're really excited about anything that impacts affordability and timelines, and of course, time is money in housing development work. So thank you so much for that. Want to point out also about this particular project. Bright is now working around about half the state of Florida. We're doing housing development work. We're also doing a lot of convening around other issues. Evictions and foreclosures became a big one through the pandemic. Increasing home ownership rates is a convening process that we're undertaking in Central Florida. One of the things that we, in partnership with Schimberg Center for Housing Studies at University of Florida, identified was a big gap for starter homes. And so this represents an opportunity for us to try out building some starter homes here in the city of St. Petersburg. When we build, it's mostly 3-bedroom homes and occasional 4-bedroom home. We haven't built 2-bedroom homes in a long time, and we think that this constitutes an opportunity for folks to get a first step onto that home ownership ladder, to get out of the cycle of renting, to get into home ownership, to start building up some household equity, and then eventually, if they want to, graduate into another form of home ownership in a bigger property if that's appropriate. But we're really excited about, one, the 3D printing, but two, the opportunity to try out this starter homes project here in the city of St. Pete that's been such a great partnership. So thank you all so much. It's so good to see so many old friends. Nice to be back at this podium after a while. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you, and good to see you, Mr. Wells. I have one quick question in regards to where it says affordable homes being sold to qualified homeowners or qualified land trusts. Explain that qualified land trust part and assure the constituents that that doesn't mean you're not transferring ownership for them to take the AMI up or remove the affordable housing. What does that mean?
Thanks, great question. So Bright operates primarily as a community land trust, meaning we will always hold ownership of the land underneath, or in some cases transfer it back to the city with a similar 99-year renewable ground lease, so that not only we get an affordable home for the first home buyer, but we get an affordable home at the next sale and the next sale and the next sale and the next sale in perpetuity. We think it's a great way to be good stewards of our relatively scarce public dollars that are invested in these kinds of projects. So when that says transfer to a land trust, that could mean Bright would transfer the land to another land trust to hold these in perpetuity as perpetually affordable, but that affordability restriction, that 120% AMI, is never going to go away.
Regardless, okay, thank you for that clarity.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't have any questions. I just want to say projects like this, I think they check all the boxes. First of all, Frank, thank you for, even though you are not one of our residents anymore, continuing to, make affordable housing a priority in the city of St. Petersburg, bringing innovation. You were, one of the first people to ever speak to me about land trusts many, many years ago. And so thank you for all of the knowledge that you have bestowed on me, certainly to see you here today and this project, coming forward. And just to kind of bring in, this is why we did the city-owned land policy. This is a great example of that work. And then when you add a community garden on top of it, sold, done, and done. So very, very excited to push my button yes today. And please do send that invite for June 22nd, because some of us might be around, and I would love to come and celebrate with you. So, all right, very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. And Frank, always good to see you. Way to kill two birds with one stone. combating food insecurity and the affordable housing crisis all in one and within my district. So thank you. Like Councilmember Gabbard, I met you probably about 10 years ago. I don't know if you remember this, but we were on 23rd and you were giving me a tour of another property, another project that you had endeavored to rehabilitate in the heart of South St. Pete. So this isn't something that you're new to, you're true to it. So thank you for not forgetting us here in St. Petersburg. Did have a quick question for you though. Are you familiar with, first let me ask you this. How do you target your prospective applicants?
So at Bright, we get the homes built, and while we're doing that, we start marketing the homes. We have a realtor that we've been working with for the better part of a decade now, who's very experienced at looking for folks who are income qualified. So he's our first means of outreach. We try to put the word out on social media and other kinds of marketing channels. We also look at opportunities like June 22nd to get some media attention to come out. And when we talk with the media, then we'll be saying, hey, look, this is going to be 5 homes. If this interests you, let us know. Here's our contact info. So we try to start getting the word out early and market these homes and then go through the formal income qualifying process and make sure that we get income qualified buyers in there.
I appreciate that information, and thank you for sharing that. I would recommend that you connect me with whoever this realtor is. I'm not sure if they're local or not, but the St. Pete Housing Authority has a family self-sufficiency program, and those who complete that program, they help connect them to home ownership opportunities very similar to this. So I think there are some great candidates who are looking for some homes to, as you say, kind of get their feet wet, you know, kind of get that first foot in the door, and this is a great option for that single parent or that senior citizen who is looking to finally make that dream a reality. So thank you for not just creating affordable housing opportunities, but thank you for making those opportunities a reality. I appreciate it, Frank.
Thank you so much, Council Member. And we have periodically spoken with St. Pete Housing Authority about this exact program because we love the idea of folks graduating from publicly assisted housing into publicly assisted home ownership. Like what a fantastic way to connect the dots. So very excited about that. Thanks.
Minds think alike. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the great work. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approval.
Second.
Well, a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item CRA 2 passes unanimously.
Great. Well, thank everyone for your work on this. Isabella, thank you for joining us on this. Now we adjourn as CRA and reconvene as City Council, and we take up J5.
Approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. I think there's something here. Okay. Seeing that all council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item J5 passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you.
May I have 30 seconds of personal privilege to take a selfie with y'all?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Make sure you got me. You got me.
You good? Okay.
You're the focal point, I'm sure.
Thank you all.
We don't want this one.
Next up, we have open forum. Do we have any speakers?
None in person, none in Zoom.
Okay, now we move on to announcements. Any announcements? Wow, no announcements today.
Hold on a minute.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And I'm sure that if pelicans and ducks and herons and parakeets could talk, they would thank you as well. I am headed to the Kokiniki Neighborhood Association meeting this evening, and I can't wait to tell them the good news that this has passed and is on its way to becoming a reality. Some of the residents there were quite passionate about this happening, and I'm just really excited to be able to share this with them. And the Audubon Society was extremely supportive as well, and I appreciate all that they did to help me with this and for all that they do for our city. Thank you.
Great work, Councilmember Driscoll. Very innovative to solve an issue that happened in Kokiniki. So with that said, it seems like our business is done for the day. So with that, meeting adjourned. Thank you all. Madam Chair.
called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take, you're sophomore, junior, and senior year, our preparatory classes kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
The lateral lines are the lines that lead from your house through to the city sewer system. And it's really important for the total functioning of a house. Maintaining an older house takes a little bit of attention. And so because it was a 60-year-old house, I wanted to make sure that I had the most up-to-date improvements that I could make on this house. And so the city lateral line rehab program was that resource for me. It's a pretty simple program. They've made it about as simple as possible, and the city is a great resource to work with. I filled out a form that was sent to me, and then they approved the application and sent me a list of authorized plumbers. Was very happy with the plumber that I chose, and everything took a fairly short period of time, as these things go. I think the city's resiliency infrastructure is a critical piece of quality of life in a city. The lateral line rehab program is one of those very important programs that allow for improvements to take place at a very base level. It's a piece of the overall big pie that I can contribute to through my participation in the city's lateral line rehab program. It makes me feel more comfortable living in my house and not worrying about this portion of the infrastructure of my house.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Schraker's Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hiring, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, It was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, "You do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas." If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs, certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town, streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
My name is Sylvia Rosario. I am the first Hispanic, Latina, female chief plant operator for the city of St. Petersburg. You don't wake up wanting to be a chief plant operator or a wastewater operator. This is a job that you are either born into, your parents did it, or maybe a family member did it, or it falls out of the sky for you. It fell out of the sky for me. I was a nail tech, and I came to my wastewater interview with beautiful long nails, fancy hair, all the makeup, and the operators and the team behind the table, they looked and they were like, what is she thinking? We sat down, we had a great conversation, they had confidence in me, and it happened. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. This is crazy. The change is so big. I decided to go for it. I figured, I had 4 sons at the time, and they deserved better. I looked up to my mother. She also was a single mother. We were living in New York, in the Bronx. She went back to Puerto Rico with me, where I went to school, went to high school, some college. I looked up to her, and she was always so proud of anything I did. That was very encouraging to me, to see that no matter what, how simple something I did, she was always a big cheerleader. 2 of my sisters were older than me, and they also were accomplished. So I had that to look up to. So I had a lot of females to look up to. Of course, my favorite color is pink. This is a very male-dominated field. I want to say I've met 4 to 5 females operators. So I always keep my office as girly as I can, because I tell the guys I am part of this team, but I'm still a girl. I'm very proud of what I've done. I'm very proud to work for the city. I'm very proud of what we do. I'm proud of the water we put out. We do it for the environment. We do it for our children, for your children, for our families, for the families out there. You have to be driven in life. There has to be a goal, and there has to be a reason. There will be obstacles, but you have to be the person sitting back figuring out how you're going to approach those obstacles and how you're going to get through them. My definition of a trailblazer is a person that has a vision and can see an opportunity come their way. Just grab onto that goal and know that you have a meaning and a reason, and go for it.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.